And away we go. Feng Shang. It's an offsuit, 644k to start, just limping from under the gun. Action to be had as Yuan is currently our table captain, 141 big blinds as we go to an 8k big blind and a big blind. Those of you just tuning in for the first time unaware of the chip denominations, those blue chips are worth 25,000, browns 5,000, greens 1,000. Queen Jack, not good enough. I think this Ace 10 will be though. My goodness, and no lack of action straight away. The Kings finding their 3-bet to 70,000. Back over to Ning Shu. Ace 10. Started this one with less than 50 bigs. Looks like he's going to relinquish it. Shunshi Wang, no stranger to the stream table. Chips are just sprawled everywhere, not even set yet, as he's facing a 3-bet squeeze. Time banks are in play. Decides against it. Shiruku, 508k to start. Decides on a raise with a mystery hand. Pocket fives, good enough. 17,000. Ace deuce for Baofeng Shang. Gave it some consideration, but decided against it. And good timing. Shafan Lei waking up with the ace-king offsuit. Reaching for and firing in a 3-bet. Doesn't look like it's too large. These guys started with about 50 big blinds effective. Wonder if Shruku was going to choose to come along with these fives for one. Just to see the flop. Getting my words mixed up there. Wow, he actually jams. No, he doesn't. He says call. That was almost a catastrophe. $108,000 out there. Let's see the flop. Oh my goodness. 854, and maybe now he wishes he jammed. See if Shafan is going to choose to bet this. It's definitely not a board that favors him. I think he could go either way. Looks like he goes the way of a bet. Very small one, 25% of the pot. Even less, 20% of the pot. And Shiruku wants to allow Lei to continue his bluffs. So I think doing anything other than calling would be a bit of a catastrophe. Does just slide in the call. 152k out there. Let's see what the turn card brings. The 7 of hearts is even more bad news for Xiaofan Lei. Hands like sixes, 6-5 suited that may peel in position all of a sudden improve to a hand that cannot be beaten. Does check the action over, and Shiruku, upon seeing this turn card, he's not going to be too worried. I mean, his hand is definitely going to be the best 95% of the time. I wonder if he could consider a check back to allow a hand like Ace King to improve to a pair. Instead, he bets 55k and actually gets called. Interesting that Xiaofan's coming along to see the river, and the Jack of Hearts is interesting. The Ace of Hearts is in play. However, I don't think Shiruku's going to be too worried about flushes. Though with a pot size bet behind, it would make fives feel pretty gross about their holding should he find a jam. Instead, it's a check. And you have to try and extract any value you can from overpairs with fives. It's just a matter of what size is going to be the most effective. Would a hand like queens pay off a bet as large as half pot? Probably not. What is the threshold for value? I don't think anything much larger than 10 to 25% the size of the pot is going to get paid by an overpair. Looks like he's going to go almost half pot. He bets 100,000, and I don't think this is a size that Xiaofan is going to be too fond to attack. I think you may have been able to induce a bluff if you bet something like 50k or something like even that 10%, 25k size. But facing 100,000, it feels like it's an amount that your opponent probably isn't going to be folding against a jam. Wow, he does jam. It looked like he motioned to put all of his chips into the middle, but maybe that was his time banks. As the doom zoom continues. Looks like he does jam. Wow. Takes that ace of hearts and runs with it. And Abhijit Sharuku has a very difficult decision. Mainly representing flushes here. He does have the 5 of hearts in his hand, so you can remove some combos of the ace 5 suiteds and the king 5 suiteds from once at a blue moon. What other hands are going to take this line that you actually are worried about outside of a flush? Don't think you're going to be running into a 6 very often. I don't think you're going to be running into 10-9 often enough, as most of these hands at this stack depth are just going to be playing as a call pre-flop. So now it comes down to the capability of your opponent. Is your opponent capable of taking a hand like ace-queen with a heart? Is your opponent capable of taking a hand like king-queen with the king of hearts? What about a combo like nines? What about a combo like tens facing this river bet? If you feel like those hands aren't able to beat some of your value, then maybe they would be good candidates to bluff, but I think it's pretty ambitious to want to try and get a fold from a set. I don't think this one is going to work out often enough against the exact holding that Sharuku has, but we're going to find out. More of those time banks being utilized, 20 seconds per each one of them being burnt. Shafan Lei instantly, at the very start of this broadcast, applying the heat. Will he be able to get out of this with a 632,000 chip stack? Or is he going to be heading back to another area of the poker room? He's got all of the combos of the ace-king offsuit with a heart. Ace-queen offsuit with a heart. I don't think he would jam a jack like hand like ace-jack offsuit for value. It really is a matter of whether or not you're going to think he's going to take his offsuit hands as a bluff. Something's going on here, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. Looks like the count of the amount of time banks that are being used. Shruku really staring him down. I wish we could get the perspective of Shaofan to see how he's looking. Another time bank used. $170,000 to call to win a pot of around 800. Even better than 4-1. Looks like he's only got 1 or 2 time banks left, but it would be worth it. I mean, if he calls this, he's going to be over 100 blinds. And he does make the call, and Shaofan is going to be eliminated. True, you're going to be stacking up all of those rainbow colored chips. Greens 1,000, browns 5,000, blue chips 25,000 apiece. Action folding around to Junji Wang. Undo suited. Call goes in from the big blind. Queen 10 6. As Junji's 9 deuce. Is he playing poker or is he playing blackjack? No double down option as of yet, but if this is what we're seeing so far, I'm excited for things to come. Wow, very fidgety there. Fun. Ends up letting it go. Action folding around to the cutoff. Buffing Zhang. Not today. King 5 in the muck. 5-3 suited. One of the greatest hands ever created. Yeah, you heard me right. King, queen, 7. King Shu checking it over. No diamonds, no 5, no 3, no love. King of diamonds on the turn. Six of spades on the river as this jack high holds up. Wonder if Shruku is going to allow him to show it down, though. He does check it over, and this 5-3 is never going to be winning at Showdown. Everybody smile. You might have missed it. Looks like he is just going to bet 25k, and the jack snaps it off. Nice try. Not today. Action falling around to Bao Feng. 7-5 suited finds the open. Yilu Huan has him suit dominated. Nine, 8 deuce. Gut shot presents itself for the 7-5. Check, check. Ace of diamonds doesn't help him out, though. Another check from the 10-4. Lee Darren asking if we have a Chinese channel. Yes, we do. Give me one moment and I'll post it for you. Drew finding the 3-bet to 50,000. Just having some issues trying to post the link into the chat. I'm sorry. Give me 5 minutes and I'll do my best to try and sort that out. Couple of hands that could have a confrontation here. Ace Queen, Ace Jack. Looks like the raise from the Ace Queen. Just a flat from Ace Jack suited. King 9 offsuit for Zhu Wang. Gonna come along. Pocket fives, Yamato Nakai. Started this one with less than 40 big blinds. With the amount of money that's dead out there, maybe he's considering piling in the biscuits. Nope, just calls. Plenty of hands here. Some spiciness could occur on certain boards instead. Feng Shang finding himself with the nut flush draw. Somehow these fives are in the lead, not the favorite though. Seven of spades changing nothing. King 9 deciding to lead. Don't think it's going to get a fold from a hand this strong. 85% lock on the hand without even a pair is pretty convincing. The 7 repeating the river, and this King 9 is going to try and bluff us. Will it work out? This ace high definitely could be the best hand enough at the time. Hands like 8, 9, 5, 6, 8, 6. All of those are not going to be in good shape here. Putting in the call, though, it's not as easy as it looks with just ace high against a small blind range, but that is the main thing. It is a small blind range, not a big blind range. So they're not going to have as many hands as the big blind otherwise would. They're not going to have a lot of the offsuit combos that could hold a 7. Fi's in the call and going to pick up a nice pot. Very well played, sir. 16,000 from the A6 offsuit. It's a pretty good flop for A6. Not the best flop for Jack 8. Less than 1% equity. Not quite drawing dead, but drawing awfully close. And the second jack on the turn means that he's going to be losing money on a river call. Unless he decides to lead to try and extract value from king high. But either way, this is not going to end the way he wants it to. Utilizes 10,000, going very thin. It's probably the only amount, 15. The only amount that he'd be able to get from king high. Out comes the blue chips. And I've seen this one before, raised to 150,000, it looks like. 130,000 and a very quick fold. Nice discipline there from Baofeng, recognizing that this is not a hand that I really want to be messing about with. Ace Jack raise from Shiruku. Call from Zhuji Wang. Not here to mess about. Not here to have any interactions with spiders, as we may say down in Australia. 10-9 deuce. Flush draw for the 4 high. Shiruku happily just going to fire out a continuation bet, 18,000. Given the dynamic, I don't think Junji is going to respond kindly. Looks like my thoughts are pretty accurate. Finds the raise to 49,000. $48,000, excuse me. Wow, Shiruku not going anywhere with that ace of clubs. Board pairing 9 on the turn. Are we going to see a second shell fired? No. It's going into realization mode and it doesn't work out. 8 of spades does not get him there. Wonder if Shiruku can be sick enough to find the check call here. Saw him find a relatively difficult call earlier with that set of 5s when the flush completed. Can he do the same with ace high when the flush bricks as well? No, it looks like he feels like he has to bluff. In goes a bet of 200,000. He finds an overbet. And this is interesting to overbet because you kind of block a portion of the hands that your opponent are going to instantly fold with the ace of clubs. So your opponent is more weighted towards a pair of tens. Maybe he feels like the pair of tens can be bluffed off with an overbet as well. Interesting bet, wins the pot, so nicely done, but I'm not sure that was the appropriate way to go with that exact holding. Either way, taking himself up to 123 big blinds. King Queen raised to 16,000. Yamato finds the 3-bet with the ace jack, and we see a flop. C-bet of 26K and a quick check raise to 125. Yamato just deciding to get out of dodge. Yilu Huan, 21,000. Junji Wang, is this correct? I look away for a single moment and there's a jam. And Shuruku's asking for a count. What on earth is going on? Call is made. And something tells me that those chips are not accurate. No, this is not a jam for 822,000. Shuruku finds the call with the pocket tens. and it's actually 5. So we've got a little bit of a graphical error here. 5s against the pocket 10s, and 5s needs to find one to stay alive, or an 8, or a 3. So more love. Not any on the turn. Needs to find one of 10 outs. River card. Not able to do it, as we say GG to Yamato Nakai. So those graphics have updated. GG, sir. Ching Xiaobin finds the jam. 115k into the middle with pocket 10s. Jack 8 suited's going down. Is going to make the call. Does have an overcard to the pair. Xiaobin not out of the woods yet. Needs to fade a jack or a lot of hearts. Safe for now. One of 3 outs will immediately make things easier. 4 of hearts is no help. Needs to fade a jack on the river. What will it be? Oh, instead, top full house. How about that? King 10 offsuit. Off the back of that double. Doesn't need to do anything too rash too quickly. Finds the raise. Over to Junji Wang in the big blind. 677k, so still plenty. Ace 9 deuce. Queen 10 offsuit from Shu Ning. Or should I say Ning Shu? Forgive me. Jack of spades on the turn as both of these guys turn a big piece. Open ender for Ning Shu. Baofeng Shang, though, feeling a little bit more comfortable. Sorry, a little bit more confident. Given he's got top 2. It's a very dynamic board, so it wouldn't shock me to see him just get it in here and run it. Looks like he does find the raise to 90,000. Rather than an ace or a 9, we see a board pairing 6. And this Queen 10 is not looking very good at all. $100K is counted out and fired, but I don't think he's going to be receiving anything in return. All of the time banks get thrown in. Every single one of them. Last time we saw a player do this, we found a very, very ambitious bluff jam. That did not work out. What's it going to be this time? Counting out the entire stack, 270 in total. Just queen high. With a time bank used. Cards are once again looked at. Are we considering a queen high hero here? He's really staring him down. I think this would be ambitious, to say the least. Crazier things have happened. No, he does eventually let it go, and I think there was just a bit of face saving going on there. Queen 5 suited, Ning Chu. Queen 10 suited. Off the back of winning a big pot against Queen 10 offsuit, going to find the raise from the small blind. Queen Jack has him dominated. 270k to start, 27 bigs effective. To a flop we go. Ace, King, 6 is both of these guys with a straight draw. Baofeng kicks off the action with a bet of 18,000. Five of hearts on the turn, as there's now 2 flush draws out there.
Adesso dirisi day 1A of the championship event completely handed drawn and send your players on a 15-minute break.
58,000 is the second bet, and what is Shabin going to do in response to this? Down it goes as the Queen 10 takes it. King Deuce suited. Good enough, apparently. 18th hand of the day. Blinds at 5k, 10k with a 10k. Pocket fives for Junji Wang. Oh, but Baofeng, table captain with a million chips. Ace Jack suited, not going to allow the price to remain. Flies the cost up. Ning Chu. Floor has been requested.
前一手牌，前一手，就下一手。
Why you no fold fast?
Yeah.
You fold fast.
Sorry.
I thought you already folded.
Looks like there was a slight mistake made by Shiruku, folding it out of turn by accident. Zhuzhi Wang, though, wants to come along with fives. It's the second time we've seen somebody peel a 3-bet with fives. Are we going to see a second set? No. Ace-Jack takes the lead. Three of spades on the turn. Neither player with one. Another check from the fives. What's the Ace-Jack going to do now? Checks once more. Now the 9 of hearts. His hand just looks worse and worse. $175,000 is the bluff amount. With 4 spades out there and a board that very heavily leans towards a potential call range. I can't see how he can find the call here with Ace-Jack. He was about to fold and then drew his cards back. So he must feel like something is amiss here. What's it going to be? Does eventually let it go. Nice bluff, sir. Fives are no good, but they're good enough to take himself up to $795K. Or once again being called over. These guys are no good.
Look. You don't look at this student. But she did it to me. Come on, that's too much. What? Just you have your penalty, right? She shouldn't give it to me. How can it not when you say, yeah, come on, that's too much. I will give you a penalty, then you do a penalty within your penalty. You get me? You shouldn't deal it to me. You deal it to me. I know. I'm sorry about that, but I need to give you free hands on it. You know that if you do it again, I might give you a point. Come on. So now 2 more hands? 3 more hands. You have another one, right?
Raise from Shunxi Wang as he's really getting after it. 7-4 suited. Ten nine 8. Open-ended for 2 players. Instead, it's Ning Chu who comes from nowhere and takes the lead. Seven of clubs on the river as this ace holds on. Bao Feng looking to try and bluff. Fires it out. A very quick fold. Nicely played, sir. King Queen raising the 20,000. Ning Chu coming along with a 7-5 suited. Ace 9-4. It's about as far away from 7-5 suited as physically possible. Check, check. Jack of spades, changing nothing. Ace king suited for Baofeng. Pocket threes is going to flick in the call, even if it's sub 20 big blinds. I love the way these guys play. Really not a care in the world sometimes. Make poker fun again, I say. 9 in the window, king 8 behind. Ace king finds the lead. Never in doubt, Baofeng has been absolutely steamrolling this table.
Doesn't change the fact that I can play nine.
Finds the raise to... Threes found the check raise, and this ace king just jammed in. It was a nice attempt, sir. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. Time bank utilized. These guys have had a lot of back and forth, so it's not shocking to me to see them going at each other, but it is shocking to see a hand as wide as threes on this kind of a board do it. Eventually folds. Hand gets caught in the cookie jar, and that's not where you want it to remain. Ning Chu jamming in sub 10. King, queen, and tens as the cards are on their backs. Classic flip, apart from the fact that a king and a queen have already been folded, so it's not looking too good for the king, queen, but crazy things have happened. Ace 7, 6, no love yet. 9 of diamonds. Sorry, king of clubs. There was a slight graphic error. Well, there you go. That is how you turn a king and stay alive. No love there. King Jack takes it up, 22,000. Shuruku's been relatively quiet since that early couple of spicy hands he played. Threes for Shunji. Never saw a pair he didn't want to play. Queen 6-5 rainbow. Forgive me. Queen 6-5 2 spades. $26,000 and a call from the three. 7 of diamonds on the turn. And the deuce of diamonds river in this king high is in no man's land. Going to try and show it down. Not going to work.
So we see the ace-9 of Yuan being raised up at the early position. 20k, two bigs, he decides. Nice stack he's playing, 969k behind. Been doing some good work here in the Prestige High Roller. Mr. Zhang can't wait any longer. 23 BBs request that triangle Those pocket fours just get stuck in the middle, and of course, swift fold by one. Ace 9-0, good hand to raise, not a good hand to call an all in from a shorty. Six-handed here at the feature, 115 entries into this one, 65 remaining, a lot more poker to come. This prestige high roller, and in fact any high roller here at the RDPT, always one of the fan favorites. All the big boys, all the big ladies, the big bosses, they come down, they rich for this one. Stand a chance to win all of this big juicy prize pool. Good enough for the open, the ace 10. I think also as the series grows on, it is very important to highlight that a lot of these players have spent quite a bit of time at the tables with each other, so a lot of live reads are here, and maybe that will influence some of these surprising decisions that we'll see. Heads up to the flop, Jack 9-8, two clubs. Mr. Churuku, second nut flush draw, feeling great. Also picks up a gut shot straight after checks on the flop. Of course, Mr. Wang, his flush dreams have fizzled out. He does, of course, have a gut shot working for him. Excuse me, open ender working for him. The bet is 81k. Good sizing. Queen on the river. Flush doesn't get there and left with just a king high. Mr. Churuku, ace high good. Let's see how this river unfolds. Mr. Wang just has a look again. Maybe feels like he's got a stab at this one, thinking he doesn't have enough showdown. And he does reach for those 25k chips. Big sizing here. $285 and a swift fold there by Churuku, of course. Zhang 119 bigs and Mr. Wang there, as you can see, 100 BBs. Playing a great game at the moment.
발사네 역시.
Cowboys for Chiruku now. After getting involved in that hand with the King 7, he'll be looking to add to that chip stack just below that 1 million mark. Well, interesting. Mr. Wan going for the aggressive route out of the small blind. 3 bets. That King 9 offsuit. And this is the problem using a 9 or a 10 in that Ace or King X combo for the 3 bet. You just unblock your opponent from having the nuts. So I'm sure Chiruku gonna come here with a nice 4 bet. $165K is the sizing, and a quick fold by 1. I'm sure not wanting to see that. "69 players remain out of the 125 bullets that were fired into this prestige high roller. Still a lot more action to go down here. As you can see, very deep stacks. There's Jacko for Mr. Zheng. Short stacked. Is this the one he goes for? Sneaky min open. Well, the ace jack, oh, good enough for the open off the button. One of the biggest stacks at the table, Mr. Wang. As you can see there, quite an impressive chip count. And working hard here for this prestige high roller. He's going to find the big blind, Mr. Lee, who defends the 7-3 suited. Looking to flop some diamonds, shine bright like Rihanna and all that. Ace, king, 5. Only one diamond brewing for Lee. I'm sure Mr. Wang will c-bet this one. 25k. I guess because we have one diamond, we can call one street, but it's like, it's really slim, you know. Probably just got to fold, and that's exactly what he does. Well, Mr. Chu, short stacked. Ace, king, oh. Gotta think this is the one, and it is. All in for his remaining few chips. Oh my goodness, I'm sure we'll see a snap. Zheng looking down at the snowman in the big blind. And just like that, Mr. Ning Chu all in and at risk with the ace-king suited. Needs to find an ace or a king in a hurry. Can he find it? Ace 10-9, what a beautiful flop for the ace-king. Oh my goodness, 7 brings some drama. But the 5 on the river seals the deal, Mr. Chu. Full double up, courtesy of Zheng. What a sweaty run out. Straight draws all the way through the river. Back to 8 players at the feature. I love to see it.
Number 8 raised 26,000. Liang Wan Liu. Number 1 full. Number 2 full.
Mr. Du just battling to find the card reader, and that's why he's taking a while to make that decision. Only 300k behind Ace King O versus the early position raise. You gotta go for it here, Mr. Du. Good luck to you.
Number raise 75,000. Number 4 fold. Number 5 fold. Number 6 fold. Number 7 fold.
Starting 2 minutes. Please all
Number
connect
8
back
fold.
to your seat.
Sorry, ladies and gents. Seem to have made a mistake there. He's not too short. I don't know why I was thinking he's sub 20. You got to jam it, but yeah, nice 3-bet there by the ace king. Unfortunately, or fortunately, no calling hands. As they say, taking any pot down pre-flop is a benefit.
Number 1 raise 25,000. Down 1 move. Number 2 fold. Number 3 fold. Number 4 fold. Number 5 fold. Number 6 fold. Number 7 fold. Number 8 fold. Number 2 raise 26,000. Down 1 mil. Number 3 fold. Number 4 fold. Number 5 fold. Number 6 all in. Number 7 fold. Number 8 fold. Number 1 fold. Good.
Well, Wang decided to raise up the king 10 suited,
Call. Number 2 call.
and he gets jammed on by the ace queen. Oh, he calls. He's going to see they're in a flip situation. Zhang all in and at risk for his last 10 big blinds. The ace queen O needs to hold one time for a nice double up. Jack A3 does bring some outs. And just like that, we do say GG's to Mr. Zheng. But don't worry, as I mentioned, the reg desk still open up until the end of level 14. So you got a little bit of time before we close it down.
Seat open.
Deuces for Ning Chu.
Number 1 fold. Number 2 fold.
Raise and take it. Nice and easy. Poker's easy when people listen to you, as they say. It's just when they don't, it makes it a little bit more tricky.
Number 4 fold. Number 5 fold. Number 7 fold. Number 8 fold. Number 1 fold. Jeju raise 26,000. Yawanil. Number 3 call. 2 pairs.
Raised by the King Queen O. Blind v blind. Do defends. Does connect with this flop, finding bottom pair as the backdoor club's working for him, but of course Mr. Wang got that open ender. Can definitely see bet.
31,000. Yawanil. Number 3 call.
There we go, bingo on the turn for Mr. Do, 2 pair. Mr. Wang just gonna continue. So question is, if we're do we just keep calling or
Number 2 bet 58,000.
do we inflate this one?
Number 3 call.
Bet call. This one's building 242 in the middle, and Mr. Do with just 229 behind. There's the request for the count. Ace on the river. Hello, Barry. Straight for Wang. He just continues firing like he has been. This time going significantly larger. 150 into 240. You can see dude just sent straight into the blender. Straight draws there. Flush gets there. His two pair not looking too attractive right now.
Number three call.
And of course, Mr. Do has to make the call there. Just in absolute disgust, as you can see. Big addition to the stack of Wang. Absolutely dominating things so far.
Number five call. Number seven call. Number eight call. Number one raise, 25,000. Down one low. Number two call. Number three call. Number four call.
Raise and take it for Yuan. Pocket sixes not getting any action. Chip guns up on your screen. Big chip leader, Mr. Wang, 118. Big blinds. Zhang, 95 following behind. So some big boys there at the chip counts. These guys already doubled up nicely since yesterday.
Number seven call. Number eight call. Number one call. Number two raise, 26,000. Down one nil. Three raise, day one money. Number four call. Number five call.
Oh, interesting that the dude just goes for the non-all-in, all-in, as they call it. Oh my goodness.
Number three call.
Mr. Wang pushes and do snap calls, of course, those remaining couple of chips. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we go heads up here, cards on their back, the ace 5-0 versus the pocket sevens, all in at risk. These pocket sevens, they need to dodge an ace one time. Can they do it? 8-3 deuce. Ooh, picks up a gut shot. Just like that, swiftly evades any unnecessary brutality. Nice double up for the pocket sevens, Mr. Jin Cheng Du.
Please introduce the players in the 1A for the championship event. We're currently at 300, 600. Game line ante of 600, 366 in the 1A for the championship event.
Number 8 raised 26,000. Now on you. Number 1 fold. Number 2 fold. Number 3 fold. Number 4 fold. Number 5 fold.
Excuse me. Jack 10-0. Jack 10 suited for Chiruku. It's good enough here for the sneaky open, and Mr. Ning Chu gonna defend the suited 9-3 in the big. Oh my goodness, Jack 4 deuce.
Number 7 check.
How's about a flush, Mr. Ning Chu? Great defend. Mono flop, definitely not the suit Chiruku was hoping for.
Number 8 bet 18,000. You on top.
Chiruku will see bet 18 into 70.
Number 7. Number 7 bet 10 on top. 35,000. Now on you. Number 8 small blind. Number 7 bet 54. 54,000. You on top.
Absolute brutality here with this run out. Ning Chu fires out, thinking his flush is good, and little does he know Chiruku also thinks his jack is good. Maybe. Always that element of doubt, and a great fold by Chiruku. Is able to snuff that one down. Ning Chu not giving away anything, of course. sitting with that flush on the flop and all the way through the turn and river. Nice addition to his stack. But one would say Chiruku really well played and maybe lost the minimum even. "62 players in this field, 132 entries, so boys have been firing some bullets, that's for sure."
Number one, please. Bigs 26,000. Yaman Liao. Number three folds. Number four folds. Number five folds. Number seven call.
Mr. Wang raising up the ace. He's gonna find what seems to be the small blind and possibly the big blind too. Chiruku having a real think about this one.
Number eight raise. 2.
And he does eventually participate, and in quite a big way. 112k is the size of that 3-bet. Mystery man for now, not showing us what he's holding on to. Queen 10. Oh my goodness.
Number 6. Full pair. Number 7 check.
Ace 10 7. Something for everybody as Ning Chu made that call pre-flop. Oh my goodness. This one could get ugly.
Number 7 bet. Tier 1. 1
Chu Ning picks up a whole lot of equity on this 9 on the turn, and Chiruku, of course, with that second pair. Makes the fold. Well done by Chiruku, just knowing when to fold each and every time. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick short 15-minute break, and we'll be right back.
You know what? No,
gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here. The final 8 teams of the RD Expedition Club Red Dragon Team event are ready to take the stage. Team Entrepreneurs! Poker Planet! Team Osaka, A.K. Royal! The Army of Destiny! Gold and Silver Dragon Squad! Osaka Mobile Unit! Poker Queen, Scarlet Canvas! The Poker Queens, Full House Team! Ladies and gentlemen, these are your final 8 contenders. Let the final battle begin!
双人 SNG 还有单人 SNG。
这个你们第一次玩这样子的这个团队赛，有没有特别的感受，或者是跟预期不一样的地方？
不一样的地方就是没拿冠军，确实很奇怪啊。为什么呢？跑马都输了。
那有没有觉得什么特别好玩的地方？
我觉得最好玩的应该是他们两个的双人，我觉得看他们打双人应该蛮有趣。
来说两个双人比赛。
我就觉得双人的 SNG 的话，一个级别换一才是挺好玩的，非常考验2个人的默契，因为筹码量一直在桌面上，但是跟不同的人打。然后我觉得红龙举办的赛事非常慢，
打比赛打的也比较少，工作比较繁忙。这一次团队赛我觉得非常好玩，大伙儿的积极性也挺高，然后气氛也很好。希望以后这样的团队赛能多办。
那有没有什么地方可以打得再更好一点？
这次暂时我们没有遗憾，因为我们都已经发挥出了自己应有的水准。
我这次已经是超水平发挥了，希望下次运气能更好一点。
我们是中外友好企业家战队，
我们是扑克星球。
2025济州扑克嘉年华，我们下次见。恭喜你们赢得这次远征俱乐部冠名红龙团队赛的冠军，请你们简单介绍一下你们的团名。
我们的团名是大阪王机动部队。
当初你们怎么组这个队一起来参赛的？
当时这个事情就源自去年我们到大阪，当时也是抱着散散心旅游的方式，结果我们就突然之间发现4个人还是志同道合，可以认识一下，去参加一下比赛，这样的我们就渐渐的组成了一个 team。
这是你们第一次参加这个团队赛，有没有什么好玩的地方？
好玩的地方就是我们在打第1阶段的时候，其实我们都被淘汰了，然后兄弟们听说还有复活机会，我们也是在第2阶段的时候踩线才进的。
第一次参加这种比赛，有没有跟预期之中不太一样呢？
还好吧，因为我们之前在国内也有参加过类似的团体赛，所以还会有这方面的一些经验，所以觉得我们准备还是蛮充分的。
你在这比赛之中有没有分工？
我觉得团队赛其实是蛮考验我们各自的团队的策略、执行能力以及个人的一些性格的，因为我们要把4个不同的人、不同的性格的阿法混合在一起，为整个团队去创造一个更好的前进的方式。很多时候是个人需要做出一些牺牲和让步的。我们所有的目标是为了团体能拿更多的分，能更进一步的往前走。
我们的策略其实就是我们要知道这个团队这个分数是怎么计算的。一开始我们看那个 bounty， 比如说第1轮的 bounty， 它只有你拿到17个 bounty， 它才能直接晋级，而拿不到17个 bounty 其实是没有用的。 所以说前期为了bounty去跟别人拼命是很负意味的行为。你在一开始如果知道这件事情，我们就知道前期我们就是要争前4甚至前3，我们的打法策略都会不一样。所以说这是一个策略的游戏，我们要多考虑策略，再考虑技术。
你觉得你们就是团队最强的一点是什么？
应该说我们最强应该比较团结，我们4个人比较团结，没有太多分歧，基本上都大家讲出来的话，大家都可以理解和包容。
有没有今天比赛的深刻印象的地方？
我们2个队友就已经被淘汰了，所以那时候华山一条路，我们只有在这一桌双人 SNG 的轮换赛中拿到第2名以上，我们才有机会去争夺这个冠军。所以那时候不顾一切拼，因为所有的队友希望就在我们手上，所以这时候是只有一条信念，我们就是要取夺冠。
过程中有没有出现意见不合的地方呢？
意见不合的时候是在剩下3个人的时候，大家都是2个人，就同时可以商量之后给决策。然后最后打了2把牌，就是1把牌抓鸡，就是合底中5抓鸡；另外1把牌就是最后的这个冠军的这个决定的那个手牌66。就是我跟柔柔意见有点不太一样，我当时设了一个陷阱，我想好了就是跟他 all in，然后我就 snap 吧。
请问一下，经过这个团队赛，你们有没有觉得每个人有怎么样提升、成长的地方？
我觉得其实团队赛还是对个人的提升能力是次要的，更多的是你那个为这个团队做什么。因为每个人的性格、每个人打法都不一样，但在团队赛里面，你需要做更多的包容、让步和妥协。因为你最终的目标不是个人的提升，而是什么？是我们整个团队的气氛的提升。所以在这时候，我们要学会怎么去更多的去协调，去做一些让步和去做一些个人打法的调整，跟我们之前的个人赛是完全另外的一种风格。包括我们在最后的决赛中，双人 SNG 会有分歧，但我们的分歧的主要冲突点不在于说牌该怎么打，而是我们这个分歧的点对比赛的整个进程、对我们的积分有没有帮助。我们需要去做一些让步和协商的。
最后，请问一下，你们获得这个冠军，能想到怎么庆祝呢？
这个其实我还没有想好，其实我们在一起的每天就很开心。
动具队，翻倍！
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here. The final 8 teams of the RD Expedition Club Red Dragon team event are ready to take the stage. Team Entrepreneurs! Poker Planet! Team Osaka, aka Royal! The Army of Destiny! Gold and Silver Dragon Squad! Osaka Mobile Unit! Poker Queen, Starlit Canvas! The Poker Queens Full House Team! Ladies and gentlemen, these are your final 8 contenders. Let the final battle begin!
恭喜你们获得这次远征俱乐部冠名红龙团队赛的亚军。那想请你们先介绍一下你们的团名还有团员。
我们这个团队的名字叫做扑克星球，你可以看到衣服下面写。
这次一起组队来参加这个比赛，有没有特别不一样的感受，或者有没有跟预期不一样的地方？
我觉得都超出预期了。我们只想过，哎，好好先拿第2，因为30几个队伍嘛，我们拿到第2名，其实我们的队员发挥的都很完美。
感觉这次红龙举办的那个团队赛，我觉得整个扑克氛围非常好。然后我觉得我们参与，就是因为它有很多不同的。一开始从淘汰赛，然后复活赛到第2轮的，就是3个赛事，单挑、双人 SNG 还有单人 SNG。
这个你们第一次玩这样子的这个团队赛，有没有特别的感受，或者是跟预期不一样的地方？
不一样的地方就是没拿冠军，确实很奇怪啊，为什么呢？跑马都输了。
那有没有觉得什么特别好玩的地方？
我觉得最好玩的应该是他们2个的双人。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Change of table and change of accent. The Aussie's back. My name is Jordan Bromley, commentating for you at the moment. Richard has had to duck out once more, but I'm with you. It's okay. We'll be all right together. And wow, we've got some action straight away. Shifan Ye finds the raise from the button. Queen 5 offsuit. Kai Shu wakes up with the second best hand ever created. And Ronald Haverkamp has run what looks to be ace-king. Ace-jack suited. Wow. Clean into these kings. Kai Shu needing to try and hold on. Let's see all 5. Heart in the window. 2 hearts. Lots of outs now. What will the turn bring? Queen of diamonds, no help. River, 8 of hearts. GG. That flush gets there, and you can tell that Ronald doesn't look too pleased with himself for that. As we say, GG's to Kai Shu. And as far as I'm aware, guys, that is past the late registration period. 135 players is locked out. No more entries are going to be coming in. So no more opportunities to get any more chips his way. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today. Let us know whereabouts in the world you are watching from. Landing Casino in Jeju, host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour many times a year. If you haven't been out here yet, make sure you do so. Getting a pan out at the other players in the room. Plenty of tables still in play. Plenty of players that are going to try and vie for that top prize. We'll get the payouts for you as soon as we have them. Given the tournament's only just locked out, we don't yet have the payouts, but as soon as they know, we will be the first to find out. If you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, I've got both of the chats open. I'll also get the X chat open as well. So if you have any questions, please feel free to send them through. I'll do my best to answer them. Hyun Yong Kang, familiar face, had multiple very deep runs in the high rollers at this series just a few months ago. So good to see him back and firing once more. Bit of a regular when it comes to these events.
啊，赶一下。你有看到一个黑手套吗？对。哦，在这里是吧？对，谢谢。好好好。
Queen 8 deuce, all diamonds. Long Cow has the 7 of diamonds, but going to have to do quite a lot to get there against this Jack 10 with the Jack of diamonds, gut shot straight draw, and a Jack high flush draw. Repeat 8 on the turn, but a 50k from Long Cow. Not sure whether or not Kang is going to want to go anywhere just yet. Still plenty of outs, and we can actually see he's got an 88% lock. Board pairing deuce, so both of these guys are actually playing the board. Queen 5 suited for Yun Chao Yu. Very familiar face. This guy knows all about these high roller fields. I'm fairly certain he was actually the champion of the super high roller in this series last time it ran. Kang finding the raise with Ace King to take us to church as Shifan Ye, another familiar face, pocket sixes in the cutoff. Just a call. Let's see a flop. Not a bad flop for sixes. A couple of diamonds out there. No ace or king, so Shifan holds the lead. Not going to be a board that I'd assume Kang will be firing too much on. Does check it over to the in-position player. Looks like a bet is incoming. Fires out what looks to be 45,000. 40,000, forgive me. With no diamond. Not going to be too happy, but I don't think he can be folding one as of yet with Ace King. See if he can improve, and improve he does. At Ace of Clubs on the turn, leaving Shifan Ye with only 3 outs. I can't assume that he's going to be betting this one too much. Does just knuckle it back. River changes nothing. The 9 of Hearts doesn't get that flush draw there either. Basically a brick as far as both these guys are concerned. Kang definitely going to want to try and extract some value, but he probably just wants to target some of the weaker one-pair hands in Ye's range. 7-8 suited, 6-7 suited, 6s, 8s, 9s. Sorry, not 9s. 6s, 8s, 5s. Looks like he's going to try and extract value with a bet of 1/3, 65,000 into a pot of around 190. Shifan utilizing a time bank chip. All of these players only have 20 seconds to act per decision. If they exceed that 20-second barrier, they need to utilize one of the time bank cards that they have just to the right of the stack there. So it looks like he's actually assembling a raise. And should he put this in? I understand the thought, but I don't think it makes much sense. With his hand exactly, if he had 5-6 suited, he'd probably want to continue betting the turn, given the flush draw and the card that's going to be connecting rather heavily with his opponent's range. 325 isn't a comfortable amount for Kang to have to deal with, though. Let's see if he's going to be able to put the pieces together and figure this one out. When we think about the bluffs that are going to be coming from Ye, we have to think of hands like pocket 6s, pocket 5s. Probably don't assume that he's going to be doing this with diamonds, as usually it's relatively counterproductive to be bluffing cards that you want your opponent to have. If he was doing this with a hand like Jack 10 of diamonds, I think that'd be very ambitious. What's he going to do with a hand like 6-7? A hand like the hand he has. That 65k bet felt so value-y, and it's actually going to work out. The Ace-King going down in flames as Shifan takes himself over 1 million. Some nice aggression there, picking himself up a nice pot. Ace-5 offsuit for Erdun-Shu. Ace-6 and Ace-5, the first two cards folded. Ronald, 10-9 offsuit. Into the only other player that covers him. Long cow out of there. Yun Xiao. Okay. Suited, puts in the call. 85k in the middle. 6. Screen high is the best hand, but it's difficult to navigate on boards like this against an intuition player. 25,000 is the bet. Does have a gut shot. Yun Xiao really doesn't want to improve to a pair of 7s. Should he continue? Looks like he will, but not with a call. Finds the check raise, and I love this check raise. He believes that Ronald is going to be over-raising. He's raising hands that are outside the range that you'd normally expect from the cutoff. That means he's going to probably over-see betting boards with an 8. And the aggression factor gets it done. These are the very important pots that can lead you to the way of becoming a champion in a tournament like this. Well played, sir. Peng Chen, 7-4 into the muck. Decent hand in blackjack, not so much in poker. Yun Xiao Yu with a decent hand in baccarat, not as good in poker. Kang very happy to check as we see the King 10-6 board. Yu improving to a pair of 6s and the best hand, but Kang, forgive me, still with 7 outs with a gut shot and both of his overcards live. Don't think we'll see him relinquish this one just yet. And he does flick in the call. To a turn we go, which does give him the best hand. 9 of diamonds. As Yu slips down to just a 9% chance to win this. The 7 on the river improves him to 2 pair, but it also completes that 8 to a straight. Still feels like it's adequate enough to get value when he goes for a bet of 75% the size of the pot, 60,000. That's 6, doesn't want a piece of it, and then Kang doesn't face a bluff raise on this occasion like he did moments ago. Very happy to pick a pot up there. Getting a look at the chip counts. Long Cow, currently our table captain, 1.2 million. Ronald and Shifan, though, at his heels. Both over $1 million themselves. Jacks for Kang, blind be blind. Goes the larger size. Wow. Usually we see these guys find a raise blind be blind to 40 or 45k. takes it to 55. And it's met with a fold, so that slightly inflated open size may have cost him a call there, but the player he was against did have a decent amount of equity with that overcard, so not going to be too shocked or disappointed with that. Happy to just take the pot away. Panning look at our studio. Looks fantastic as always. The team does a fantastic job. Shout out to Chris Labrojo and the guys. Always doing fantastic work. Pocket kings for Ronald. Crack kings, not enough. As he says. Good for now. Has improved to a pair, but it'll take a lot more than that to crack kings or out. Here's the continuation bet. 50,000 out of 85. Amount of clubs adds a couple though. And now 10 step. Nobody's capable of pulling the trigger on a bluff. It feels like it's going to work. Checks it over. Board gets more dynamic. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to navigate. So Kings just decided to check back. They just rolled out, so they can't do it. And obviously, any jack or 6 makes it straight. So it's too confident to put a lot of money in. I think he's going to be confident enough to get by one pair. Like that 50k, less than 1/3. Ronald counts out a raise and goes for a bluff himself. These guys have no quit. Welcome to Jeju, where you're going to have to battle for absolutely every single chip. Shifan, 175,000 more if he wants to try and win this. Utilizing a time bank. Really thinking this one through. Would his opponent check jacks on the turn? Apparently, yes. Kings pick up that pot.
Nice flop.
Flop? Left?
I mean, yeah, through the flop.
Maybe. You can see it on a little bit.
little bit of chat back and forth between those guys as to whether or not that was a bluff. Spoiler alert. I think it might have been. Hate to be the bearer of bad news there, but yep. You're not going to like it when you see that one. King 10, long cow. Raises to 30,000. Back on 6. Shot. King 10. Good enough to get the 8 fold. Playing with the king queen. Just going to get fired in. And so it is, 30,000. Couple 10s and a king. 2 clubs.
Yes.
20,000 is the bet. Raise is announced. Quick call from Chen. Three of clubs completing that flush draw. $75,000 from Long. Another call. 355 in the middle. The river is an ace, changing nothing. Queen Jack does get there, but I don't think that's going to be a consideration for either of these guys. Especially not for Long. $125,000, and it's not much to call to win the amount that's out there. getting roughly 4-1. Using a time bank, staring down his opponent. Really wants to make sure he makes the right choice here. Does chop with all of the kings now. Not that that was ever a worry before. Looks like the call is made, and Long makes a very, very nice chip up to his stack. Ace king for Yun Xiao. Action folding around to Ronald, who wakes up with queens. These ladies. Are they going to be crushing hearts once more? 30k is the open. Looks like the raise has gone to 80. Yun Xiao only has around 35 big blinds in his stack. He jams. Ronald looks at his cards and puts in the call. This is potentially to get Yun Xiao to 1 million chips. Chance to get Ronald over 100 big blinds. This is a big pot. And a queen in the window makes life a little bit more miserable for Yun Xiao Yu. Needs to find a jack and a jack on the river only. One of 3 outs. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Wow. The jack of spades does the trick.
一般这种圈圈中圈感觉就不是很好，转牌没有攻对那个勾。Sometimes you feel it coming, right? Oh. I mean, I have the flex also. I have on the wrist.
He's going to be very happy with that one. 300k starting stack, so he's got 3 and a bit in front of him now. Everybody else is going to be a little bit frustrated to see that one. He is a force to be reckoned with when he has chips. We've seen that already when he won an event last time. Queen Jack for Chifanier. Jack 10 for Erden Shu. Finds the raise. Over to Peng Chen, who's put in the 3-bet. Erden trying to figure out whether or not he should be coming along. Jack 10 suited is a very pretty hand.
We will restart the game in about 5 minutes. Please start making your way back to the table.
Getting another look at his cards.
打太小了，打这太重了，他打小，他拿什么价值啊？你所有的石都到葫芦了，他拿什么价值？哦。
Finding the 3-bet from the small blind with King 7 suited. A read at Yun Xiao was no good, and he was absolutely right.
Oh.
$1.5 million for Long Cow. Taking a panning look at some of the other players. Still plenty of folks in this one. King Queen raised from the hijack. Shifan going to come along. Queen 9-8. Gut shot for the Jack 7. Chen in the lead right now with top pair, though. Has also got the King of Hearts. And that king improves his hand to 2 pair. Decides just to let go of that straight draw. Yun Chao raising the King Jack offsuit from the hijack.
21,000 pesos will be paid. With a top prize, with 174,137,000 Korean won.
As Gan Han is going to come along.
Once again, for the red line of the stage high roller, breaks the black stand 2020.
It is the ace-6 offsuit. To a flop we go. Ace, Queen, Jack. Both of these guys connecting. Four of clubs. As there's now 3 out there, that 6 could come in handy. $30,000 from you. Gan Han still in the lead, though. Fires in the call. And that King of Clubs on the river gives Yun Chao 2 pair. But it also gives Gan Han a flush and the best hand. Wow, looks like he's actually going to bet the river with the 6 high flush. What a gangster. And down goes 2 pair. Very disciplined fold there from Yun Chao. Has a bit of a chuckle about it, recognizing that maybe that wasn't the best river card.
Yes.
Raise from the ace-queen suited. Ken Hunt in the small blind. Not anything to do with the 8-4. Ronald. Likewise, out of there. As long as going to pick that one up uncontested. Five-4 suited has been raised from the hijack as Genhan Lee doesn't want to let us in on his secrets. Slight card reader issue. No problem. Keep your secrets, my friend. As he's not going to keep any secrets here. Fires it in. Tens with a raise to 40k, but Lee wakes up with pocket jacks. Only playing around 21 big blinds as well, so he just decides to rip the biscuits in there. Like this decision. Puts all bar one. You can tell that he's really not happy about this. Just throws in all of his time banks, recognizing that this is definitely one that requires a fair bit of consideration. As he actually does put it in, and he's going to see the bad news. There is still one chip behind, so bit of a formality that these guys don't turn their hands over just yet. Ace and a couple of fours, as that is not good for Erdun Shu. And it looks like he knew it as well. Sounds like he wished he was able to make that fold. King of clubs and six of clubs, no help. Getting a look at some of the dragons that are up for grabs with these tournaments. Fives open from Kang under the gun. Ace, Queen, Jack, as these fives have not flopped best. Eight of spades on the turn, and I expect to see this one go check, check a lot. Does check it back, needs a 5 on the river. Close, but not quite. Long Cow still up in the lead, even with the blinds going up to 20k.
championship event completed on the drone. We'll send your players on a 15-minute break. During the break, we will be racing up the one.
Looks like Odun has found an opportunity to rip it in. Hopefully the 10s do him better this time. But Eddie's got a bit of sadness after seeing this hand once more. Oh, the 8s for Long Cow. Probably going to be good enough to call. This is a jam for 10.5 big blinds, so it wouldn't shock me to see that the case. Does put in the call, action folding around to Kang with the King 10 suited. Also just going to let it go. And Odun Shu with a chance to get some of the biscuits back that he lost in the previous encounter. Jack 7-5, who needs to fade one of 2 8s. Turn card. Deuce of spades. River card is the 4 of clubs, and the full double is confirmed.
Raise.
Raise announced from the King Queen suited. Up it goes. Odun Shu going to come along with 6-3, but that's a flop that is all over Long Cow's hand. It's going to be loving seeing that. Genhan Lee, 900,000, a lot more comfortable. Going to be feeling good looking down at the Ace-Queen offsuit. Finds the raise up to 40,000. Ace 10, raise up from Ronald. Folding around to Mr. Lee. King 3 offsuit. Not a hand worthy of playing. Lets it go.
Nice.
King 4 raising from under the gun. Hello there. Don't see this one every day. It's going to fold around to Erdun Shu with the King Queen offsuit blinds. Excuse me. Still at 10-20. Looks like he's just going to come with a flat. Slight mix up here. Looks like he thought he was raising more. Instead, he's just going to have to put in a call. Or is it ruled as a min raise? It's ruled as a min raise. Wow. And little does he know that this is actually a pretty good scenario for him, because the King 4 suited would be folding to a sizable 3-bet. But it's not going to be folding to a min 3-bet. And he comes along. 9-6 deuce. Neither player connecting. Bet at 55k, and King High no backdoor flush draws. Not feeling great. But I think he also recognizes that this wasn't meant to be a 3-bet. And if that's the case, then what's he going to do when he gets check raised? We're about to find out. Counting out his stack just to see exactly what he's working with, and he does let it go.
正常3bet 10万啊，3bet 10万打光了吗？
没有，我会走吧。
会走吧？
哈，对对对，推啊，20个 BP 嘛，差不多20个 BP。
会不会推？
啊？
会不会推？
推，你看你瑞3倍的话，我可能会走。
Getting a panning look at the tables again. A few familiar faces.
筹码拿错了。
啊，如果你推的话，我肯定走的。对。
Queen Jack suited. Yun Xiao founds the open. Founds? Goodness me, I can barely talk today. Finds the open. It's my first day, I promise. Okay, I'm lying. Ronald going to let it go from the small blind. And it looks like we could have a hand developing here. Yeah, Long Cow with the ace-10 is going to come along. Heads up action. Couple sevens and a 9. King of spades on the turn, giving Yun Xiao a gut shot straight flush draw, 13 outs. Second shell comes out and it takes the pot down. Genhan opening to 40,000. Onto Long Cow in the small blind, who has a decision, it looks like, here. And he's reaching for a 3-bet. Aces. That's a pretty good hand. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't look like he's going to get any value unless Genhan Lee feels like making a very wide peel pre-flop. Unfortunately not. .48 remaining of a field of 135. Kang finds the raise with the King Jack suited. Long Cow still out in front. 1.5 million. Ken Hunley, 770,000. Good for 38 blinds. This folds. Ronald won't be folding this, though. Jacks in the small blind finds the limp, induces the raise from Erdun Shu, and he's going to see the bad news. He's not dead. Not by any means. He's still got 3 aces that can help him out. Instead, it is the Jack of Diamonds on the river. No ace came to help. As we say, GG, sir. Erdun Shu hitting the payout desk without any cash in hand, unfortunately for him. King Jack offsuit. Sevens and King Jack as we see an Ace Queen 4 board. King Queen for Long Cow. Shifan. 41 big blinds in the small blind. What's the thoughts here? Looks like nefarious thoughts. In goes the 3-bet. No shortage of aggression at this table. Everybody wanting to make sure they're winning all the pots they can. Action back over to Long Cow. This is a size of 140,000. Fold is made. Ace-9 taking it north to 40,000. Over to Hyung-Young Kang. Going to just put in the call from the cutoff. King Jack 8. $60,000 from Pen Cheng with his gut shot. Kang with middle pair. Back over to Long Cow with just ace high. 22%, also going to let it go. Jack 9 suited. Chen Peng under the gun. Action folding around to Long Cow in the big blind. Is he going to come along? Not to be, as the blinds have once again ticked up. Jack 10. Yunsha Yu finding the raise to 50,000. Doesn't seem to ever want to go away from these stream tables. He thrives in front of the camera. Peng Chen comes along with the ace 5. No, he doesn't actually. Forgive me. Speaking too soon over here. Ronald with the ace jack. Did a lot of damage with that earlier against kings. Managed to river an ace. Let us know if you're tuning in on Facebook or YouTube where you're watching from. Both the chats open. Let us know who you're cheering for as well. A6 for Kang. Going to come along with the call. Almost 40 big blinds in his stack. Couple queens and a 7. Neither player connecting. $44 remaining of 135 that entered. No action. Long cow, ace jack off suit. 55 bigs in his disposal. Ace King from Cheng Pen finds the 3-bet. Back over to Long Cow, getting a look at Peng's stack. Wondering whether or not he should be jamming it in for the 40 big blinds total, or 30 big blinds total. No, respect. Let's it go. Kang finds the raise with the ace-5 offsuit from the cutoff. 40 big blinds is what he's hovering around at the moment. Seems to be the average stack at this stage. A couple of guys north, a couple of guys a little bit south, but maybe in the immediate danger zone, sub 20. Ken Han just going to let go of King 9. Ace 9 for Peng Chen. Yun Chao finds the 3-bet. Gun versus gun 1. King 4 suited. How do you like this? Do you like apples? Well, how do you like these apples? Gets passed up. Nines from Ronald. Peng going to come along. Ten, 8, 7. It's an open-ended straight flush. Draw. Excuse me. For Ronald, Peng Chen does also have a flush draw of his own, but his is the best kind. Nine's in the lead right now as the board pairs the 8 on the turn. $80,000 from this ace high. Don't think Ronald is going to be wanting to go anywhere. Reaches for a call and fires it in. Repeat 8 on the river as the ace high checks. Ronald checks as well. A little bit tight there. Kang with the ace-queen offsuit. He's been active. Got to be active to be able to spin stacks up in tournaments like this, so. Here he goes again. Ace-queen to 50,000. Over to Peng. Ooh, ace-jack offsuit in the small blind. Just puts in the call. It's going to allow Yun Xiao to also come along, very haphazardly throwing chips in there. King 3 deuces. Yun Xiao takes the lead. Over to Kang, who bets 35,000. Not sure whether or not Peng is going to want to stick around to see a turn card. It's not the greatest flop for his hand. Looks like he will. Likewise, to no surprise of anybody, top pair coming along too. What will the turn card bring? Nine of diamonds changing nothing. Both Peng and Hyun Yong both have a diamond. Kang finding the 100k lead on the turn. And wow, Yunxiao just folding top pair. Some backwards poker being played here. Definitely not what I expected to see. Is Kang going to disappear as well? Or does he maybe feel like there's something amiss here? Something doesn't make sense. No, he also lets it go. Wow.
Yeah, two pair.
I'm thinking
Maybe I think later maybe I should go all in. Because if you have a jack, you're always calling, right?
Yeah, if I go check,
You always call if you got the jack. So maybe if I go all in, you fold the jack.
But I think
Getting a look at the outer tables. Still plenty in this one.
King jack is definitely action.
Yeah, king jack in hand. But I block some jack range. Yeah, so I'm thinking to fold. It's very hard for me.
I'm not bluffing. I think I'm not bluffing much there. I mean, I don't know what kings is like the most. I don't want to have to block a pair. I think I'm not bluffing much there. So I think it's good. Fold the pair.
One raise 50,000. To fold.
5点的单日豪客赛参加比赛，已经有玩家报名，请感兴趣的玩家请抓紧时间报名。
Maybe I think I should check together. Check you check.
I do always do it two pair. I do like you did. So.
49 big blinds now the table captain, so a little bit shorter across the board than we have been.
I mean, if you have queen jack, you're calling, and I'm like, oh, what a stupid moron. What am I?
I jack also will set together in very small range. So many hands. Three raise 50,000. 4, 5, 6, 4.
Over to Kang.
I think it's 4 or 5.
Limp from the small blind. Genhan just going to check. To a flop we go. 10-6-3. Four of spades. Both these guys with a straight draw. Genhan with 10 outs. He's the one betting 50,000. And the 3 on the river pairs the board and doesn't improve either of these guys. She funds ace high is still the best hand as he checks it over to Genhan. $500,000 from the 9-7. Basically jamming and getting that one through. Very well played there, sir.
Attention division players in day 1A for the championship event. Completely hit the draw and raise the blinds. So next hand, 1,000 small blind, 1,000 big blind, 1,000 big blind empty, 111. Next hand.
Ace-6 of clubs raised from Long Cow under the gun. Over to Kang, 9-8 offsuit, not to be. I believe we're going to be heading on a break relatively soon, guys, so won't be too far away from these guys getting a stretch of the legs. $41 players left, less than 1/3 of the field remaining. Couple of hands involved here as Kang has raised the ace-king. Flat call from the 8s. 7, 6, 5, couple of diamonds. Kang lost an unfortunate pot earlier when he had a hand like this. Let's see if it's going to be similar.
人多看3把牌，一人多看3把牌。
你10比1赢完3人。
Fresh face to the table. Ace-5 for Peng Chen. Finding this raise, isolating the small blind limp. Just lets it go. Threes for Shifan, raising to 50,000. Jack 10-6. These threes, never like to see overs. You're going to see it so often. Board like this definitely connects very heavily with the big blind defense. Going to be firing anyway, and Yun Chao with a very easy decision. Five of hearts on the turn, changing nothing. Pair of 10 still maintaining a stranglehold on this hand. Yun Chao takes it down. Ace Jack zipping it in, 180k, around 6.5 blinds. Excuse me, 7 blinds. Nobody wanting any of it though.
Yes. 60,000. 5, 6, 7.好1分钟。
Long cow with the ace-2 suited finds the raise. Over to Malhui Ma. Not waking up with a hand to be able to stick around, but given how shallow he is, this is a fine defend. See whether or not he's going to be able to find a favorable flop to be able to get these chips in on. Couple jacks and a queen. 2 diamonds. It's a pretty good flop for the ace-deuce of diamonds. Looks like something's happened here and the floor has been requested. With that, guys, we are going to head on a break. We'll be back relatively soon to continue the coverage here of the Prestige High Roller. The final day of play. We'll be back soon.
and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here. The final 8 teams of the RD Expedition Club Red Dragon team event are ready to take the stage. Team Entrepreneurs! Poker Planet! Team Osaka, A.K. Roll! The Army of Destiny! Gold and Silver Dragon Squad! Osaka Mobile Unit! Poker Queen, Starlit Canvas! The Poker Queens Full House Team! Ladies and gentlemen, these are your final 8 contenders. Let the final battle begin!
我就看他们打双人一下的。
但是来说两双人比赛，
我就觉得双人的 SNG 的话，一个级别换一才是挺好玩的，非常考验2个人的默契，因为筹码量一直在桌面上，但是跟不同的人打。然后我觉得红龙主办的赛事非常棒，
打比赛打的也比较少，工作比较繁忙。这一次团队赛我觉得非常好玩，大伙儿的积极性也挺高，然后气氛也很好。希望以后这样的团队赛能多办。
那有没有什么地方可以打得再更好一点？
这次暂时我们没有遗憾，因为我们都已经发挥出了自己应有的水准。
我这次已经是超水平发挥了，希望下次运气能更好一点。
我们是中外友好企业家战队，
我们是扑克星球。
2025济州扑克嘉年华，我们下次见。恭喜你们赢得这次远征俱乐部冠名红龙团队赛的冠军，请你们简单介绍一下你们的团名。
我们的团名是大阪王机动部队。
当初你们怎么组这个队一起来参赛的？
当时这个事情就源自去年我们到大阪，当时也是抱着散散心旅游的方式，结果我们就突然之间发现4个人还是志同道合，可以认识一下，去参加一下比赛，这样的我们就渐渐的组成了一个 team。
这是你们第一次参加这个团队赛，有没有什么好玩的地方？
好玩的地方就是我们在打第1阶段的时候，其实我们都被淘汰了，然后兄弟们听说还有复活机会，我们也是在第2阶段的时候踩线才进的。
第一次参加这种比赛，有没有跟预期之中不太一样呢？
还好吧，因为我们之前在国内也有参加过类似的团体赛，所以还会有这方面的一些经验，所以觉得我们准备还是蛮充分的。
你在这个比赛之中有没有分工？
我觉得团队赛其实是蛮考验我们各自的团队的策略、执行能力以及个人的一些性格的，因为我们要把4个不同的人、不同的性格的打法混合在一起，为整个团队去创造一个更好的前进的方式。很多时候是个人需要做出一些牺牲和让步的。我们所有的目标是为了团体能拿更多的分，能更进一步的往前走。
我们的策略其实就是我们要知道这个团队这个分数是怎么计算的。一开始我们看那个 bounty， 比如说第1轮的 bounty， 它只有你拿到17个 bounty， 它才能直接晋级，而拿不到17个 bounty 其实是没有用的。所以说前期为了 bounty 去跟别人拼命是很负EV的行为。你在一开始如果知道这件事情，我们就知道前期我们就是要争前4甚至前3，我们的打法策略都会不一样。所以说这是一个策略的游戏，我们要多考虑策略，再考虑技术。
你觉得你们就是团队最强的一点是什么？
应该说我们最强应该比较团结，我们4个人比较团结，没有太多分歧。 基本上都大家讲出来的话，大家都可以理解和包容。
有没有今天比赛的深刻印象的地方？
我们2个队友是已经被淘汰了，所以那时候华山一条路，我们只有在这一桌双人 SNG 的轮换赛中拿到第2名以上，我们才有机会去争夺这个冠军。所以那时候不顾一切拼，因为所有的队友希望就在我们手上，所以这时候是只有一条信念，我们就是要取夺冠。
过程中有没有出现意见不合的地方呢？
意见不合的时候是在剩下3个人的时候，大家都是2个人，就同时可以商量之后给决策。然后最后打的2把牌就是1把牌抓鸡，合底中5抓鸡，另外1把牌就是最后的这个冠军的这个决定的那个手牌66。就是我跟柔柔意见有点不太一样，我当时设了一个陷阱，我想好了就是跟他 all in，然后我就 snap 挂。
请问一下，经过这个团队赛，你们有没有觉得每个人有怎么样提升、成长的地方？
我觉得其实团队赛还是对个人的提升能力是次要的，更多的是你那个为这个团队做什么。因为每个人的性格、每个人打法都不一样，但在团队赛里面，你需要做更多的包容、让步和妥协，因为你最终的目标不是个人的提升，而是什么？是我们整个团队的气氛的提升。所以在这时候，我们要学会怎么去更多的去协调，去做一些让步和去做一些个人打法调整，跟我们之前的个人赛是完全另外的一种风格。包括我们在最后的决赛桌双人 SNG 会有分歧，但我们的分歧的主要冲突点不在于说牌该怎么打，而是我们这个分歧的点对比赛的整个进程、对我们的积分有没有帮助。我们需要去做一些让步和协商的。
最后，请问一下，你们获得这个冠军，能想到怎么庆祝呢？
这个其实我还没有想好，其实我们在一起的每天就很开心。
动具队，翻倍！
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here. The final 8 teams of the RD Expedition Club Red Dragon team event are ready to take the stage. Team Entrepreneurs! Poker Planet! Team Osaka, aka Royal! The Army of Destiny! Gold and Silver Dragon Squad! Osaka Mobile Unit! Poker Queen, Starlit Canvas! The Poker Queens Full House Team! Ladies and gentlemen, these are your final 8 contenders. Let the final battle...
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gents. Feature table time here at the Red Dragon Prestige High Roller. This is the final day. We will be playing down until an eventual winner here, so sit back, relax, and as they say, get ready for some tip-top poker action. This is the RDPT Jeju 2025 Poker Festival. It's been an absolute spectacle so far, and it's been an absolute pleasure to call all of the action live. Myself, Richard Cooper, joined alongside the lovely Mr. Jordan Bromley. Queen, Jack 7. And the player really connecting with this board. We do have some backdoor clubs. Song C-bet, gonna work. Welcome to the table, Miss Song. Been busy on the outer fields, I see. Playing a stack of about 30 bigs now, so nice position for her to be in. That late reg is closed, firmly closed. So all of you that missed out on your opportunity, it's too late, sorry. But of course, here at the RDPT, we don't only offer you one event per day, we offer you multiples. And those multiples, of course, come in a variety of different buy-in sizes. Well, it's 6 p.m. local time here in Jeju. We've got a 3-card poker Super Hold'em starting now. We've got a PLO high double board bomb pot hyper turbo that starts at 8 p.m. and we've got a hyper turbo NLH at 9. So we still got some action to come. About $500,000 on each one of those. Get your starting stack and into a chance to win some of this juicy prize pool. Tingjia Gao with 9-8 suited, gonna raise it up, paying a 50 big blind stack. So right now sitting pretty And here we go, Mr. Lian Qing Pang. What a legend. I saw him yesterday. So welcome back. And the gentleman with the pink hair, Hao Bo Zhu, played very well in the Baby Dragon. So let's see how he fares here. Ace Queen suited for Lee. Gonna find the jam for his remaining just below 6 bigs, and unfortunately, or fortunately, however you see it for him, no callers. Except for, of course, Mr. Zheng. He makes a call with the King Queen offsuit. Domination, rotation. And oh my goodness, brutal river. Just like that, as we thought. We were looking at a double up. Zheng just finds the king on the river. Oh my goodness, brutal run out. Interesting hand brewing here, folks. I was just trying to see Song's table manner, but she's seems to have just raised folded. I don't think she was going to go for the jam. Maybe a bit of a hand. Ace Queen. The raise under the gun. 800k behind. So Song definitely looking for a couple of chips to chip up there. We saw her lose with the ace, with the queen nine, excuse me, in the previous hand. So she's ready to go for it. She's showing us. Ace 5 suited gets the raise. 2 BBs. Been seeing a lot of raise folded. Take it down. Not too much aggressive play. I don't know what everybody's poised about. 8 players per table. Well, now 9, but maybe down to 8 soon when we get to 32 left in the field. Final 4 tables. And remember, 21 players make the money. Nobody wanting to bust out before that. Big money up top, 174 million Korean won. Juicy, juicy stakes. It's about 120,000 USD, so big money for all of these ladies and gents.
过分了，现在把把开我大王了，过分了，这个养虎为患人。现在是把把开我大王了，这个过分了。按你这么说，我能说送你把把开我大王，这个上帝热吗？
Well, interesting flop and pot brewing here, but the 4 on the turn. Not really an action card. Just imagine the Jack-9 can get away from it now. It's funny how in poker, at first a hand looks like it can develop into a monster, and then all of a sudden with a couple of bricks on the turn and river, it develops into absolutely nothing. Well, folks, 36 players remain out of the 135 bullets that were fired into this one. The prize pool has been juiced up as if it were on steroids. And now that top prize, like I mentioned, over 179 million Korean won. Big money for everybody involved here. I know these guys are big boys, but even for them, that's a lot of money. Well, Cowboys now for Hao Bo Zhu under the gun. What a time to see them. Tingjie Gao somehow just sensing the strength and laying down those pocket fours, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. Ace Queen for Mr. G in small blind. Variety of options, sizes available. I guess just working out his sizing here and understanding his opponent's actual strength. You always want to be charging the maximum with these premiums. And there we go, the 3-bet is up to 205k. So nice sizing here by Mr. G. And there it is, all in for the Cowboys. And the Ace Queen. Tough times. Beautiful hand, of course, but not any action you want to be seeing. 28 big blinds effective, so it's going to be a massive pot if he does make the call. He's just checking to see how far we are away from the money, and of course, only the top 21 players make it into the circle. And he makes the call. Oh, he doesn't, excuse me, I shot the gun. He just played a chip time bank. Looked like he made a one-chip call there. I mean, if he makes the call and he's wrong, he's left to less than 10 big blinds. And that's definitely what he's thinking is my opponent doing this with ace-jack, ace-10, ace-5? King Queen. Anything that I actually have dominated, or is this Ace King? Pocket pairs, aces, kings, so much strength. Can G make the right decision?
太亏了，很大很大的。
很大赢不？那就是番茄没想好。
对，番茄
想3B步了吧？因为你昨天。
Well, as a reminder, folks, there is something for everybody here at the RDPT. Variety of side events happening in and around the Landing Casino area. So make your way down, join one of these side events, and stand a chance to win a beautiful trophy and some awesome prize money.
太亏了，A 圈不太亏了。
Oh, raise and take it for Bin Wang with the Queen 10 suited. So carry on doing that, sir. Just keep stealing chips from your opponent. That's the way to take this one, trust me. Tim Gao out ahead with 52 BBs. Playing very nicely. Nice and solid. Followed by Pang and Zhu, 38 and 35 big blinds apiece. And then the table shorty, who's not very short at all, is Bin Wang, that gentleman involved in the previous hand, sitting with 605,000, so 20 big blinds. Still a lot of poker to be played, 30-minute blind levels for this one. So deeper structure for the big boys here at the Prestige High Roller.
我肯定不可能乱去3B。
他有点拧巴。
因为我罗马在那边
没打好，没打好，拖一个，番茄拖一个啊。
A 圈3B 后太浪费了。
因为这两个
太浪费了。跟我刚刚那个一样，我刚刚也是20多个 BB， 大部分我是靠的嘛。
你 A10是吧
？A 圈啊。
哪把你拖他？
他3B， 他3B 我4标硬的嘛。我3他推回来不是跟你一样的经历吗？27、8个 BB 啊，我那时候。跟你这个一样不是吗？抛又抛不动，碰又很恶心，钱还搭进去了。
没想好像。
Well, folks. Action brewing for some of the shorter stacks. Mr. Song looking down at the pocket rockets and raising up the hijack. He'll be absolutely licking his lips, her lips, when she sees the 3-bet out of the small blind. Zhu looking down at pocket jacks, makes it 230 over the 60 initial open. So just about 4x out of position. Pretty good sizing, and I think we know what Ying Song is going to do. And that's exactly it. All in 860k. Straight away, Hao Bo Zhu needs a count This is a massive pot, ladies and gentlemen. If he does call more than 1.4 million in the middle, actually 1.5 will be in the middle, and it will be a monster.
然后他这20又回到送一个零。
所以我们昨晚没有升马呀。
啊？
所以我们昨晚没有升马呀。
我们这又没什么
传来传去，
那种
传来传去，传来传去。
那我们说一直从头到尾都难打呀。
啊，对啊，就是这么传来传去，传来传去，搞来搞去。
Well, Zhu just visibly upset, and understandably so. He's got a call for most of his stack, and that's exactly what he ends up doing. Cards on their back. Song's aces are looking great right now. Zhu sighing in disbelief. Needs a jack and needs one in a hurry. King 6-4, no helps to the jacks. And just like, oh my goodness. Heartbreak on the river for Miss Song as Zhu finds the jack from above as if it fell and rained on his head. My goodness. What more can you ask for? 1.7 million going the way of Mr. Zhu. GG's, Miss Song. Wow. Bit of a cooler, some would say.
20万了，太疼了。啊，推着也会推出来的。是不领先，肯定是不领先什么，但是你投入了很多嘛，是这个意思吗？
不差钱。这个直播是2个级别，3个级别。3个送赢。
3个级别能出圈了吗？
不可能，
出不了。
3个级别还不出圈啊？
怎么可能嘛
？2万、4万、2万5。
打到2万5、5万能出圈吗？均码200万。
哦，均码200万，
给8万。对啊，给到4万8万啊。如果狗一点，他妈的说不定到5万10万。
打到9点嘛啊。不在。好了，大哥你太厉害了。你们好像是差不多。多啊，你提醒我，我只有100万。
你贡献了20万，让他有信心了。啊，6万5，这么贵？算了，6万都出去了，不差这5千。你这是欠退步，送我个2了，盖了给你。
我本来想打个4万5，我怕你给我来个 race， 算了，我打重一点吧，因为这有点想法。算了，我还是把牌先打出来了。
他怎么把我毒死了？我他妈的抵对后门花，真的有点想累死他。
我怕我4万5，你给我来个 race，
然后你就盖掉了。
GTO 这里要 race。
然后你就
你有后花吗？
啊？
有后花吗？
肯定有啊！我不是跟你说抵对后门花吗？
我是怕4万5，你给我来个 race， 好的。
好了，把你打套吃了，再发个2，你还不相信我？
我不会靠你的，我就兄弟，我伺候你的，来吧，只能这样。
Well, still in disbelief from that hand, 100. My goodness, what a cooler for those aces. Never a good way to go out.
太大了，不想让他们看。
Set time for the deuces, as they say. When you raise with deuces and get called, either you're going to be looking at 3 overcards or you're looking at a set. And that's exactly what happens.
回放能看的呀，都说赛场。哇，他怎么还不放歌？又被人躲过大门了，太难了，我真的是倒霉操！你想那么多干什么？就正常打不就好了？做了什么事？对呀。全场都是你的客户，好就是他妈早就他妈要不我就打主赛水，要不我就。
对啊，早就起来了。今天这个桌，
我们桌是真的差，妈的也不拆掉，你拆怎么又拆回来？
我拆走过去付了个大忙小忙我就回来了，吃了他一个槟榔，付了个大小忙回来了。我们这个桌很难打的。
太差，真的太差。74，好的。
Well, oh well, action after action here at this feature table at the moment. Mr. Zheng looking down on the button, realizing he only has 740 behind, so ace-jack off, request that triangle, and it looks like Mr. Gao with the pocket nines needs to make this call, one would think.
我说不要搞我，后面不要搞我，我想和你单挑，我想向你学习，北哥。
We're still relatively far from the money, 13 places away, and eventually he does make the call. Cards on their backs, and in quick succession, ladies and gents, we have another all-in.
行啊，说好就没问题嘛，对吧？
Gao all-in and at risks with the nines. Needs to dodge an ace or a jack. Can he do it? No, he can't. And just like that, Mr. Zheng is eliminated. Looks like we had the chip counts a little bit messed up, so apologies there, ladies and gents.
我扣一个，你打一枪，我扣一个，对，合牌我打2滴，随便打啊。小生给你。哎，先进打法有先进打法的危险，我操！这是要射吗？啊，这个是要射了。
反正不能3B4啊。
啊，对呀，那3B
绝对不能3B4的呀。
他这里3B，他这也是抠嘛，对吧？还不是？
不是，他3B 会被推掉的。
对呀，那他也就是 jam 也没什么毛病啊。
不能3B4的，你要么 jam，要么 call 嘛。75
万，你说也就 25个大盲
，25个兵马，
对吧？
肯定不能3兵嘛。
那要么 GM， 要么 call 住。
3兵肯定会被对着推的。
哎，不行，我还是按照我的来，你们这个太先进，搞不来，太先进了。
Snowman for Zhu. Good hand to raise it up with. Unfortunately for him, no callers to his action.
25个大盲，还有10人进圈。抢的话是抢2个4.5。往上吧。GTO 是要 GM 的吗？你肯定是线上，你这种东西学的，包学的。CO 对 button， 哦不 ，hijack 对 CO， 哦，他是 button 对，也没什么毛病，对，也没什么毛病啊，只是撞上。
Ace Jack suited, excuse me, good enough for the open from Zhu. 2 million, so he's our table chip leader and has been for quite a while now. The gentleman representing Japan in the big blind defends the offsuit connectors. Oof, close. Close for everybody, I mean. Top pair for Zhu. Not flush draw. Royal flush draw, should we say. Will come with the C-bet. Nakagawa not biting. Not going to go fishing for that jack. Little did he know Zhu was blocking one of those outs. The raise does come from the hijack eventually. Chuan Feng looking down at the King 10-0. I mean, we can definitely defend a suited 2. Queen 9-6, 2 hearts. Neither player with a heart, so diamonds would have made it more interesting, that's for sure. Gut shot for Feng. Gao just left, grasping at straws here. So I'm sure the C-bet good enough to take it down. Aces for the short stack of Bin Wang. Min open. Mr. Pang on the cutoff might be feeling jiggy with it. And if he does, could be in for punishment. Ooh, those are raising chips. Looks like 110. Maybe a bit more. 210. What am I saying? Excuse me. What I can tell you is Bin Wang licking his lips, 435k behind. Only one move now. Try not to look so strong. And put all of them in, and that's what he does. Now the deuces not looking so hot. Got to make a call of another 9 big blinds. Nice hand to bluff with, not a nice hand to call. An all-in shove with. "32 players remain, 21 will make the money, so still relatively far from that time. Definitely now a time to build a stack. No sneaking into the money from here. And there we go. Eventually, Mr. Pang does make the call for a further 9 big blinds, and got a milli in the middle. Aces versus the deuces. And just like that, with the board pairing on the turn, the aces get the check mark. A nice addition to Wang's stack. Pang takes a knock. And just like that, we have a shift in the chip counts. After that, Wang up to a nice 36 big blinds, and now your newly formed table shorty, Lian Ching Pang, down to 19 BBs. Unfortunate for him. Just unfortunate timing with those deuces against Ace-King. He's got great equity, of course. At that time, he was just up against the monster under the bed. Darren Lee, I'm glad you found the Chinese channel. I don't know if we have any live commentary for the Chinese channel, so maybe just keep this one on. Mr. Akash saying Abhijith for the win. So shout out to you folks. Thanks for joining us on the YouTube channel. It's a little bit lonely over here now, but as the series does progress, as the events get deeper and closer to the final table, so do the viewer counts increase. So I'm a patient man. Just chill with us. Ace 9 5 2 spades, wrong colors. Jeju gonna continue the story. 100 into 260. So relatively big sizing, just given it's pretty dynamic. Variety of cards here can change the way things sit. His bottom pair definitely needs protection, and unfortunately for him, he's going to see a turn. Is low, which is good. Wang still out ahead here with his middle pair of nines. Let's see if Jeju just continues to rep that ace. Of course, raising pre-flop, so very much within his range. Alrighty, and apologies folks if you did think we left you for even just a second, but I assure you we've been here and will continue to be here up until the 13th of July when this live broadcast does end. Every day we do bring you a variety of events, the main ones that we do stream live, and then of course a variety of side events, and something for everybody as always, keeping you busy, keeping you entertained. Bring the wife, bring the children. I'm sure there's a kiddie section in the casino somewhere. Not in the smoking section, of course, but definitely somewhere safe so the kiddies can play, the wife and the husband can have fun. So tonight, well, right now it's 7 p.m. local time in Jeju. So that means that our 3-card poker Super Hold'em event that started round about an hour ago. So that's 500k, gets you a starting stack of 20k. That'll be quite fun, so make your way down for that one. And then for the NLH guys, we've got a Hyper Turbo starting at 9 p.m. local. 500k gets you 15k starting stack in there, which is awesome. And of course, we've also got a PLO bomb pot situation happening at 8 p.m. local, so that's in 3 hours from now. 400k gets you a 20k starting stack in there. 10-minute blind levels, 8 levels of late reg. This is the Prestige High Roller final day. We've got 29 players remaining. 135 registrations. Big numbers here. Everybody fighting, of course, for that first prize of over 179 million Korean won. And if my math serves me correctly, that's around about 120,000 USD. Big prize money here for the big boys. Ben Wang has been short stacked as of late, but made a nice double up a couple of hands ago and up to over a milli, which is always quite comfortable. 36 BBs he was playing. Some blind v blind action. We love to see it. Feng Chuan just raising up to Jack 6. This just gives us a little bit of an indication as to his strategy. Maybe that's the way in which he likes to approach it. Raise that weakness. Maybe just limp the strength. Super trappy, if you ask me. Okay. Mr. G deciding this is it. Goes for the jam. And of course, a snap fold by Feng. Never going to be making that call, is he? $20K, $40K are those blinds with the $40K ante active on the big blind each round. This is hand number 111 for the day. These gentlemen have been putting in hours and hours at the office lately. Most of these faces all took part in the Baby Dragon. Back for this one. 9-8 suited. Good for under the gun raise. Raise and take it. Easy as you like. There are your chip counts. 55 bigs for Mr. Gao. Still our table chip leader. Followed closely behind by the gentleman from Japan, Hiroki Nakagawa. 49 BBs he's playing. So a good stack there of 2 million. And then the short stack Mr. Pang. Down to just 12 big blinds. So definitely needs to get a move on. Needs his run good. Here's the raise from Feng, Jack 9 suited, out of the cutoff. And here's 10-8-0 in the big blind. Definitely just defend, see a flop, see how it pays you. Easy to get away from any boards that are uninteresting. Ace 10-5. Well, as they say, no good thing comes without a bad aftertaste. Mono flop, Mr. Feng goes for the C bet. Should be around about a third pot. Be standard. 10-8 will call. Try and see another 10. Oh, an 8 on the turn. Otherwise, we probably just got to give up. And yeah, with that queen, pretty much a dead card, as they would say, in terms of the action. Mr. Pang. Been short stacked for a while. It's unfortunate. Took a big knock there with a premium a couple of hands ago, and that's just the way it goes here, unfortunately. All these players of such a good caliber that it just takes a cooler in order for the chips to change hands. 29 players left, so we are moving a lot faster towards that money bubble. Of course, that money bubble is sitting on 22, 21 players all getting paid. So when it gets down to that stage, we'll get a lot tighter, as you can imagine. Big money for all of these gentlemen involved. Min prize for this one is a cool 12.5 million. And as I've said, up top, a staggering 174 million Korean won. So let's just get that in the old calculator. So, well, any guesses at home as to how much that is? It's 127,000 USD. So I know these guys are high rollers, but even that is big money for them. Well, same hand syndrome. Nakagawa raising up the button. Good timing, it looks like it as well. Ooh, how Boju. King Deuce suited, my favorite bluffing hand.
Nice bluff, nice bluff. 是有回放的 ，nice bluff。
Chip counts up on your screen. Mr. Gal, still the big stack bully. 55 big blinds. On the table shorty, still Mr. Pang, just waiting for a hand. He knows when to jam it, trust me. Don't need to tell him twice.
差不多吧。
Mr. G, Mr. Feng, Mr. Wang, all middling stacks at this table. They're all playing about 30 BBs apiece, so all those players still relatively deep, can still be quite creative. But I think that creativity tends to settle down when you aren't in the money. 29 remaining. Who's going to bite the dust next? We've got quite a couple of big names in the outer fields. I've seen some names in the chats. I've seen some players I know. So many big stars that will make their way to the feature table that we can guarantee you. We change the feature table every single break, so keeping it nice and interesting. Ace-2 suited from the cutoff. Big stack Gao. Been pretty quiet, so this will be interesting to see if anybody looks him up marginally or just gives him the respect. There's the offsuit king, 30 BBs. Honestly, really shouldn't be chasing it. I love defending a king myself. However, I agree with Mr. Feng, and now is not the time. Leave it for the cash games. $135 bullets fired into this one. So the big ladies, the big men came to play. This is the high roller. It's the prestige high roller. So when you use the prestige, ladies and gentlemen, the word prestige, you should know it's different from the rest. Not just your ordinary high roller. And something interesting and added incentive for all of the winners this series round, the Red Dragon have added a winner's jacket as well as a final table player's hat. So those only go to select events, star events, you know, whichever you'd like to call them. Last night we saw the Baby Dragon winner win one of those very, very cool prizes, and they look ultra sick. Rumor has it they add about 15% of run good to your game, so everybody wants to get one of those, I can imagine. King 9 deuce, rainbow. Nakagawa was the preflop aggressor. It's a good board for him to raise, excuse me, to c-bet on. However, it's also a very, very good board for G to connect with, given that he defended the big blind. The c-bet is fired 55k into 220. So nice and small. Repping that King X. Oh my goodness. Those are not calling chips, ladies and gentlemen. Those are raising chips. Looks like 125k. So an interesting sizing, that's for sure. Very, very interesting sizing. I do like it. And he's going to get the fold. Well-timed aggression by Mr. G. Very, very impressive indeed.
肯定是有牌嘛，肯定是有牌啊！你说我 A 圈我都能，是我对吧？是能没牌吗？怂啊，兄弟们！我只想进个圈，泡沫期你们不要搞。
Shout out to all of the dealers. Absolutely professional. Every single day, every single hand. I've been impressed. Honestly, I don't think I've seen a misdeal all series long, so it's quite something to say. Bin Wang, somebody we haven't heard from in a long time. Had a double up about 20 hands ago, or even 2-3 orbits ago. And yeah, haven't seen anything from him since. That's just the way it goes here. These MTTs are brutal. Sometimes literally just sitting on your hands for the longest time. Until, of course, you get aces and then get cooled with pocket deuces. Oh, Jack-9 suited. Beautiful hand in the small blind. I think he can play it pretty aggressively. Chuan Feng with the same hand, just the offsuit variety. G going for the fold. You know, a couple of factors here, of course, ICM, relative stack sizes, short stacks, all of those becoming a factor at this stage of the game, so you just got to be calling a little bit lighter, but oh my goodness, here it goes. Loku was in the big blind waiting to fire. He got the ace high and he was hoping for. Makes the jam and a quick fold, of course, by the old Janiner. How JUL, good stack. It's been working, as you can see. 50 big blinds. Gonna raise the king queen. Oh, I love the hair color. Just really difficult to get it pink. I'm not sure if any of you have ever dyed your hair, but extremely difficult to get that color, so I'd love to know how he did it. Short stack, Mr. Pang in the small blind. Can't be doing any calling with those low suited connectors, as beautiful as they may be. Nakagawa, offsuit king. Now's not the time, sir. Of course, in a cash game, I love to get jiggy with it with the king 4 offsuit out of the big blind. 5.5x. Beautiful. Take it down, son. Of course, until I get shoved on by the ace king or the aces. Well, some thunder in the tropical Thailand. Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? Thunderstorms. 20k, 40k, are those blinds 40-minute levels for this Prestige High Roller? So a little bit of a longer structure. This means that those stacks stay their size for a while. We can just choose our hands a little bit more carefully. Here comes the raise from Chuan Feng. King Jack O. We'll probably get it through. Raise and take it. Easy as you like. 27 remain. So we might just get a bit of a reshuffle here for the table. 2, 4, 6, 7 players. There's a look at the outer field. Ooh, I see a couple of familiar faces. Many big names have made their way down here for the Prestige High Roller. This is the final day. There are a look at those trophies. Beautiful trophies. These little figurines must be significant to Jeju in some way. Ace Queen O for Feng. The double-handed bet. That's when you know it's strong. Pang wants to play the 69. So do I. But Mr. Pang, now's not the time. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that that shot clock is quite long, so it just gives players enough time to think, take their time. Big money involved here. We don't like to rush the high rollers. I don't think it's good manners. When you're paying this sort of money, you should take all the time you need. Ace 3 suited. Got a bit of a decision here in the small blind. Does make the lay down. There's a look at the outer field. Full tables. As I've said many times before, many concurrent events. Today is July 8th. It's now 7:22 local time, so we've got a 3-card poker super hold'em happening. Got a PLO high double board bomb pot at 8 p.m. 9 p.m. we've got a hyper turbo NLH. So all of these are exciting. About 500,000 Korean won gets you a buy into those. 15 and 10 minute levels, so nice and short, quick and easy. Couple of hours and you're back home. Queen Deuce. One of my good friends Justin always says it's his favorite hand. I don't know why, but literally goes crazy with it and always tables it. Looks like Zhu gonna raise it up with the Queen Deuce as well. He finds Wang defending the big blind with the Ace 9. Ace 8-8. Quite a tongue twister, that one. Bin Wang finding top pair. Zhu, the pre-flop aggressor, can bet this board, just given his position. Quick call for Bin Wang. No need to raise this one, just call. Don't overinflate the pot. Your opponent very could well have Ace 10 through Ace King even. I guess the check back on the turn pretty much removes the nuts out of Zhu's hands. So I think Ben Wang can thin value bet. He's chopping with anything other than an ace jack, ace queen, which probably doesn't check back on the turn. So don't really need to go too big. 110 to 160, I guess. Half pot, maybe a little bit big. Yeah, 135, good sizing, I like it. Zhu, of course, with only the queen high, cannot make this call. I still steal away. Ben Wang, very impressive. Was short stacked for a long time and just managed to chip up quite nicely, up to 33 big blinds. Very nicely done by him indeed. Mr. Pang, Lian Ching Pang, definitely needs a little bit of momentum himself, not managing to pull himself out of that hole at the moment. Well, Mr. Pang with the ace 5-0, he's definitely thinking about it. He's under the gun next hand. But I don't think we have to go for this, to be completely honest. Wow. Interesting decision. All in. I mean, it's essentially a 14 big blind jam with the ace 5-0. It is interesting, right? You fold out a lot better. Pick up the blinds and the ante. But I mean, you're only called by better, right? Are you called by anything worse? Is King Jack calling you? Is King Queen calling you for 14 BBs? No. What's calling you for 14 big blinds? You know? 8s, maybe. 9s, yes. 10s, yes. Jacks, Queens, Kings, Aces, Ace Queen, Ace King. Those sort of hands. All of those beat you, so I'm not really sure the Ace 5 is a good hand to go for. But I mean, hey, what do I know about poker, honestly? This is a real decision. Under the gun, you will be in the big blind next hand, Mr. Pang. So just think carefully. And yeah, nicely thought over. He's gonna live to see another big blind. Post that ante, and that'll leave him with around about 10 big blinds behind. So it will get interesting depending on the dealing of the cards. Queen 5 suited in the small blind, good enough for some action. You can just call, see a flop. Gee, happy just to check behind. With that offsuit, connected, and bingo. 9-6-4 rainbow, open-ended straight draw for G. Quick check around, and Fane does pick up a gut shot. But very quickly, the bet by G gets into fold. These hands go by very quickly, ladies and gents. Don't take your eyes off the screen for just 1 second. Down 26 players, so we've just lost another player in the outer field. I imagine we'll do a bit of a reshuffle when we're at 24. 8 players a table. Tingjia Gao, good enough for the open and good timing. As you can see, Pang, shouldn't really call this. So raise and take it easy as you like. Uncontested pots are the best ones. Ooh, down to just 25 players. So they are dropping quite quickly in those outer fields. We haven't lost anybody, here at the feature for a while. We'll rebalance after just losing 1, so that could happen potentially pretty shortly, just given the variety of chip stacks and depths we have. Deuces and 3s in the muck, I believe, at this stage. Got to just tighten up on that final 3 table bubble. Why not, Mr. G? 6 deuce suited from the button. Interesting decision. And the big blind, Nakagawa, should make him pay with the ace, king, O. Looking down at the church. 3-bet incoming. 3-bet jam, why not? And G just saying the price isn't right. Swiftly making that fold. That's one gentleman we haven't seen from in a while, been pretty quiet. Just conserving those chips. Of course, there are 2 strategies, right? Short stacks, need to try and build that stack up, go into the money fighting. Whereas the big stacks, maybe just survive into the money. Those chips very valuable at the moment, and therefore not wanting to splash them about. Mr. Gao raising things up, king 8 offsuit. Interesting decision to go for it. I mean, he has got one of the biggest stacks for 2.2 million, a great stack actually at the moment, like 44 BBs behind with the small blind Nakagawa. Ooh, just gonna flat. Ace 5 suited. Wants to see a flop out of position, so maybe just not wanting to 3-bet unnecessarily there. Queen 6-6, not a flop he was hoping for. Neither player really connecting with this flop at all. $75 into 300. C-bet from Gao. Probably good enough just to take this one down. If there were more diamonds on the board, maybe Nakagawa hangs around, but I don't really need to be splashing chips right now. Gao on top with 50 BBs and Pang at the bottom with 10. Middle stacks pretty much even Stevens. Not much to talk about there. A7 raising up the hijack, Mr. G. Looking just to add some chips to his stack, only playing 20 big blinds, so once you get below that, starts to become way more uncomfortable. Everybody keeps rushing over just to wait for that bust out. Uh-oh. Mr. Jeju, ace-3 suited. Gonna 3-bet. Well, geez, pretty much only got two options. Either fold or 4-bet jam. 4-bet power bluff. Wouldn't you just love it if he kind of does that, size up the cards, and then just moves all in? So funny. $25 players remain, folks. One away from those final three tables. We'll balance them 8 apiece. Then we'll play down to the final two tables at 19, excuse me, at 18. And then we go to final table. We will be playing down to a winner here tonight, I believe. So it could be a late one. I'm locked and loaded for at least, I don't know, 9 hours, no problem. Queens 4G. Beautiful timing. As those blinds do tick up, 25k, 50k are those blinds. He makes 110. Only 18 big blinds behind. I can assure you, really wants to add to those with this premium. Queen 9 suited, a nice hand indeed, but honestly, so close to that final three table bubble, just fold and just wait for a better hand. No action for the queens. Mr. Gao, 48 big blinds up top. Zhu, 39. And our shorty, as always, it's been like that for the past hour and a bit. Mr. Pang, very, very short stacked indeed. Can see he's only got a stack of those blue ones. And a couple of little brown ones. 25k is the denomination of the blue. 500k. 8-5 suited. I know this is a superstitious hand in some circles. So possibly Pang looking at this one as it being it. Tingjie Gao on the button using that big stack. He is the table chip leader. This is what you got to do. You've got to apply the pressure. Use that leverage while you have it, while it counts. Chuan Feng, ace-5 suited. What a beautiful hand in the big blind. Just gonna call, see a flop. Of course, we can play that one in a variety of ways. Ace-Jack-6, good flop for Feng. Checks to the razor. Let's see what Gao does. Ace-high flop, good for him to c-bet on. 30% c-bet snapped off by Feng. Turn pairs the board. Let's see if Gao is going to carry on. Doesn't appear to be. Paired board definitely better for the caller. I think Feng can safely bet at this one. Just decides to give up. And Gao quick to check back, thinking his queen might just have a little bit of equity in there, and marginally beaten there by the aces. 25 remain, 1 to go until final 3 tables. 21 players receiving money. Everybody locked up a cool 12 million so far, 12.5 million to be precise. But the top prize is everybody's dream, 174 million Korean won, around 127k USD. Well, you got to think that this is it for Pang. Ace 8 suited, 10 big blinds under the gun. Go for it, sir. Good luck. Well, gets it round to the blinds and might just get it through here. Looks like he will get it through. Gee, with just the 10-7-0, can't make this call, surely.
你不怼回去就是要。
$25K, $50K are those new blinds. They ticked up about 5-10 minutes ago maximum. And with that, those short stacks got a little bit shorter. That inflation unrelenting comes through every 40 minutes. Those are our blind levels currently. We're approaching a break shortly. We have a 15-minute break every 2 hours. So we've been going for about an hour and 40 minutes. So we should be approaching a break soon. Mr. Gao, what a time to be the chip leader and look down at the pocket rockets. Check King G, King 10 suited in the small blind. Up to 20 bigs after a nice chip up in the previous hand. Definitely don't want to be giving away any unnecessary equity. Well, unfortunately for Gao, it doesn't look like he's going to get any action with the aces.
这个他不会那个，他能就能，不能就不能，这个反正能看到牌的就没必要。
47 big blinds for Mr. Gao. He's the gentleman in seat number 1 with the bucket hat, glasses and mask, so not giving away anything. And quite the contrast is the pink-haired gentleman now under the gun, Mr. Jeju. Queen 9 suited. I mean, it's good enough for an open, especially 7-handed. Folding all around to Pang in the small blind. I don't imagine he can call it here. Maybe suited we can look at it. 8-9 better, 9-10 better. Yeah. Nakagawa did defend the Jack-6 earlier suited in the big blind, maybe. I'll choose to go as low as Jack-4 just because it is suited. Can see a nice flop. But not this time. Just save those chips. Live to fight another day. Well, beautiful venue, beautiful graphics. This production team doing a great job here at this RDPT Poker Festival in Jeju. Absolute spectacle. If you are in the landing casino area, please make your way down and reg for one of these great events. We've got obviously the live broadcasted events, which are the spectacle events each and every day. But we also have a variety of side events, different buy-ins, different formats, and there's something for everybody. So come down and have some fun with the entire family. The big stack just opening that range a little bit wider. Ace-7, good enough for the open. Pang just trying to see his table number. Just make sure it's the right one. Not sure what he's trying to go for with the Jack-5 and just burning that time bank. There might be a all-in on the outer field, is what it might be. Oh, Humbo Zhu gonna waste some time as well. I believe these gents just waiting for a bust out on the outer tables. That's probably what the delay is. 10 big blinds for Pang, G with 20, so both of them short. The other gentleman pretty good in the middle of the field. And then of course there is your big stack bully, Mr. Gao. Playing a cool 1.2 million and change. Somebody just pointed to the outer tables. I think that is probably an all-in, and that's what they're waiting for. That's exactly what it is. Everybody probably just going to fold regardless. Yeah, everybody just going to burn those time banks, wait for that decision to be made. Yeah, I'm sure everybody's just going to fold. It looks like we have lost player number 25, and that'll mean the tables will be rebalanced.
这桌也不好打，你来的晚，我们从下午开始就是这个节奏。
Xiajing G, King 8 suited. Definitely not the time to play this one, sir. My advice would just be to get to those final 3 tables, and that's what he's going to do.
没有大哥，也没有乱搞，但都很标准。你要知道，很标准就是等到撞到牌，然后自己开始偏，标准就自己开始偏，可能你走的早一点，也可能起来了，是吧？对呀。
Wow, fold around to the big blind. Is that the moment? And that is it, folks. 24 players left. Means we'll take a short break, rebalance the tables, and come back with the final 3 tables of 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.